Hello. Wait, where is... Oh, there it is. Okay. And I gotta get my chill music going. So chill. We're so chill. Everybody's so fucking chill. Hey. I guess I should be chatting. All right. Good morning, everybody. You're chill? You're chill? You're not stranded in the deeps. So you're chill. Well, we have a very... Also, good morning, Mr. Egel. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. So we have chill music today. Whoops, I also had starting ending music going. That is double the music that is not chill. Can't be not chill. But there is one thing I will say I'm definitely not chill about today. And it's something that Crypt keeps making fun of me for. Well, not making fun of me, but keeps laughing at. But it's a very serious matter. It's very serious. It's a little embarrassing. But no, you're good. Oh, yeah, I'm drawing your comics character profiles. So you can start this thing someday. So chill is just what you need. Oh, that's cool. You're making a comic book? Also, I swear it is so impossible to get audio consistent on this freaking platform. I think it's nice and loud though, we're good. More like webcomic. Well, yeah. Man, I'm so old. I remember when webcomics became a thing. I remember when Penny Arcade was just starting out and it was just like a neat comic that I read online. Because for me, I read newspaper comics for years and years and years and years as a child. And then webcomics were like a natural transition for me to more modern versions of old media, I guess. Yeah, I love webcomics. I haven't kept up with them in a while because I haven't kept up. Oops, doubled audio. We're fine. I got it. I got to the point where I had like at least a dozen that I was trying to keep up with. And it was like just too much every day to be reading so many webcomics, and I kind of fell out of it because it was just so freaking much, you know? Which is, of course, a little silly. It's my fault, but it's just so hard to pare the list down, so I just kind of gave up entirely. Oh, I need to do that and then pin. Can I pin the... Oh, it didn't work? Wait. How do you... I don't know how to stream, apparently, yeah. I tested this before, it worked just fine. Where's my Nightbot? Nightbot! Come to me, attend me, Nightbot. Oh, right, I changed it to the full shout-out because I thought I wouldn't remember. Okay. I'm pinning that because today's stream is a very unusual one. It is, I was watching Miksalsa play Subnautica, her last stream, yesterday. And it feels like more than yesterday ago. I was struck with inspiration when she mentioned a sort of, I would say, unusual feeling towards / relationship with a certain creature in the game, and I was inspired, so we are going to do some writing today, which I've never done in public, and I haven't done seriously in a while. And I don't know, I want to do it, and I don't know when I'm going to do it in my normal schedule, so I'm doing it during stream, because fuck it. Because I think if there's anything I've proved so far in doing this is that I am consistently wildly inconsistent with what I want to do during streams. So, you know, it is what it is. If you like zombie-like creatures, fantasy element humanoids, and lots of drama and cool fight scenes, I'll hit you up with this. Well, yeah, who doesn't like all of that stuff? That sounds awesome. I like all of those things. Zombie-like creatures, fantasy element humanoids, lots of drama, cool fight scenes, hell yeah. Are you going to be writing and doing all of the art and everything? Wow, that's a lot of work. Good for you. Good for you. You've done this almost 4 years. Oh, do you have stuff that's like out that I could go see or check out? By the way, I love how even my model has resting bitch face because my eyes are just so half closed all the time. Like, this is just me smiling normally, and I look very sus. And just a way starting drawing the real deal. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that's a lot of work. That's very cool. Yeah, there was a game of Smash or Pass that was played, and it was very... I always struggle with Smash or Pass because my autistic brain can't get past the idea that you're talking about having actual sexual relations with whatever the thing is. And I just can't get past that. Now, a hear me out cake, that makes more sense to me. Because it's more like, you know... Okay, I need to calibrate this really quickly because it is being funky. Okay, there we go. Crypt says Unreal has a ton of free assets that are handy for background references. That's true. That's true. But yeah, every time I look at chat, it looks like I'm squinting like, what are you saying over there? What are you saying? Huh? Probably don't need any tips, but dumbed down to gatekeeping just in case. Yeah. Man, I would love to see whatever you're working on whenever you're ready. Miss Dragel, for sure. But anyway. Yeah, so I wrote some notes and a few like key dialogue pieces and things last night, sort of on my phone. I have transferred those to Scrivener, and we're going to be working in Scrivener today. Because I paid for a lifetime Scrivener license, goddammit, so I'm going to use it. My posture's already so bad. Okay. You've made all the home and building models in Sims, so you have good reference for backgrounds. Oh, that's a great idea. That's a great fucking idea. I always know, like, because I read a lot of manga, but I always know that a manga or a comic is going to be good when the backgrounds are simple but elegant, you know? That's how you know something's going to be really good, is when they can balance focusing on when they know what they want to focus on to make it what they want it to be, you know what I mean? So, without further ado, I'm going to get into it here. Ooh, where do I need to put chat for this? I guess... You know what I should do? I should add this. Or no, I should made... If I mess with this, does it mess with it in just chatting? No, okay. Put this over here in the corner. There we go. Okay. No, that looks a little funky, but it's better than just not having chat on screen at all, I think. It looks a little funky. Oh wait, you know what I could do? There we go. That'll work. All right. Yeah, so we are... Lower her down a bit. I made this decision to do this stream like 20 minutes before I was supposed to start, so it's a little scuffed, and I apologize. So I have some general... I have like some starting pros here I've been working on. Oh, I forgot to say, just real quick. I'm going to run back to just chatting real quick. The thing that's been bothering me, that Crypt has been sort of teasing me about a little bit, is that Blue Sky is obsessed with... Blue Sky is convinced that I am super gay, that I'm just a super gay man, and what I want to see on my feed is shirtless, also gay men posting thirst traps. And I don't want to see that, and I'm not gay. And I don't know how to fix it, because I keep hitting not interested, and it keeps showing me shirtless dudes, and I'm like, I am not interested in this. I'm not like... I'm not mad, because I'm not like homophobic, but it's just annoying, because I'm not into that. So stop serving it up to me, man. I think it's because, here's my theory. I think it's because I follow a number of spicy female presenting creators, and I think that I think the algorithm just doesn't know the difference between male and female spiciness, which is great, really, in theory, because it's not discriminating. But on the other hand, it is showing me a bunch of shirtless dudes. So, and like my account, like the people I follow don't post like truly NSFW stuff on main. I'm keeping it to the accounts that are, you know, just because I think sex workers are fascinating people, and I love hearing what they have to say. So I follow a lot of them on Blue Sky. But the algorithm on Blue Sky just thinks I'm horny, and for some reason, it's only giving me dudes. So there is some sort of distinction in the algorithm, because it is only giving me dudes. And I get them like so often that it's driving me crazy. It's driving me crazy, because I'm not going on there to be horny. I'm going on there to talk to people and make friends. So I'm not really like interested in seeing a bunch of sexy photos anyway. But if I were, it wouldn't be shirtless dudes. So I just... And I love Blue Sky so much. I really do. But it's just, it's a lot. You know what I mean? It's a lot to deal with. And it honestly is like, how many times do I have to hit not interested before? Okay, okay, God fucking, okay, here we go. Bounce for you? Well, you did say please. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Back in the day. Jingle, jingle, jingle. Back in the day. Before the back rooms were a thing. Jingle, jingle, jingle. I said your favorite words. The back rooms. Okay, pay attention. The back rooms. Jingle, jingle, jingle. I said your favorite word. I make the ladies happy. Well, I love doing that, so whatever that takes. But I just want to inform you that I just hopped on Blue Sky just to check. The second post in my Discover feed, okay, is a guy in a cute, like, cat onesie that is not showing any skin, but it is clearly a, like, aren't I cute thirst trap, right? It's very clearly that, okay? So, not interested in that. I'm going to show less like this. Then I go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 more posts, and it's a shirtless dude. It's a shirtless, hairy, muscular dude. And so I hit the dots and I say show less like this, and it just won't stop. It will not stop. It won't stop. I just don't know, man. I don't know what to do. Because I'm like... The other thing about... The other thing about Blue Sky is that... it's really easy to sort of accidentally stalk someone's feed because every tab on Blue Sky looks the same. So if you like go to discover and then you go to someone's page and then you kind of look away for a second or you just kind of scroll for a second, I personally kind of forget that I'm on someone's profile. So I will like or comment on like 4 or 5 of their posts from the last 2 days, and I'm like, oh god, I'm stalking, I need to move on. Hello, TLBG14. How you doing? Good, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Sort of an unusual stream today. So far I'm just kind of bitching about Blue Sky and how it won't stop showing me shirtless men. How's writing going? Not great yet, but it will be soon. I wanted to get that rant out. Honestly, actually, that's a really good segue. Let's go ahead and switch back over to the writing. Okay, we're here. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so let's check this out here. We've got we've started with, we have more of a kernel of a story here. It's more of a moment. Like the thing that I generally write when I'm going to actually finish something is moments in time. I don't necessarily get into like longer form stuff just because I don't have the patience for it, but I'm working on it. Crypt, honest opinion, should I just not have chat on screen unless I get some kind of layout for that? Should I just not have it on screen at all so people can see the words? What do you think? Because chat will still be in chat, you know. Curious to hear your thoughts on that. The top of Scrivener? Are you saying that's good enough? My question is... Okay. I can also, I think... Can't I mess with the opacity on this? Don't know how to do that. Doesn't matter. If you say it's okay, it's okay. Here's what I'll do. I'll just zoom out. There. Now it's all visible. And it's still plenty large enough and everybody can see all the words. There we go. Hi, gamers. Hi, Doctor. Welcome to the stream. So we don't have a lot yet, but we have the story in mind, okay? And we have the notes. We have some notes on the story. So what fanfic am I writing? Well, so these are just notes. These are the notes. So this is, I haven't built this out yet, but this is the general sort of order of events. Okay? The general sort of order of events is, yeah, you, Doctor, you know exactly what this is. It's, Mick and the Reaper sort of having a moment together. Okay, so I've never, like, written and talked like this before, so it should be interesting. So I think it might be easiest, because this is probably all just going to be one thing, just one long bit. I'm not going to, like, break it up into chapters, most likely. Okay, I'm just getting my brain back into what I was working on. Okay. How is y'all today? I'm doing well. I woke up kind of tired. I didn't think I was going to be able to do my exercise. But I did it anyway, so I'm feeling pretty good. I know you're not the only monster lover around here. Yeah. Well, that's the thing. So the whole thing about this fanfiction, the only reason I'm comfortable writing it is that it is not necessarily sexual. You know what I mean? It's not necessarily it's a physical embrace. There is a physical embrace, but it's not explicitly sexual. It's going to be an intimate spiritual connection with this beast of the sea. And I read up on the Reaper last night on the Subnautica wiki, so I got some details. Hey, you can make of it whatever you want. Been doing some history and writing research. Is it okay if I share what story you have in mind? I mean, sure. I may not be able to focus on what you're saying because I'm trying to kind of zone in on doing my own thing here. But yeah, feel free to share. So here's the notes we have. We have the wiki entry says it prefers to strike from behind. So I'm going to use that for comedy for sure. I need to use that for a funny moment. And also that the white parts of the body appear similar in texture to human skin. I did not make that up. That is on the wiki. And then I wrote this. She felt a deep warmth contained beneath his surprisingly soft skin, in stark contrast to the constant chill of open water that she had felt for months. So, and then I sort of rewrote that a little bit. I'm going to rewrite that a bit to be like a warmth she had not felt since that first plunge into the cool waters of the shallows. The warmth of intimate embrace with another soul. And I read on the wiki as well that there are 25 Reaper Leviathans in the game. And there's only one that lives by itself. And there's one, it's in the edge of the bulb zone. So I'm not exactly sure where that is on the map. I should look that up, actually. The Kush zone on the northeastern mushroom forest. No, bordering the mushroom forest. Bulb zone is... I've been confused about this because I thought the Kush zone was the bulb zone. Yes. No, it is. The Kush zone is the bulb zone. Because the mushroom forest is like where I built my base the first time. Hey, you make all the jokes you like, buddy. I'm keeping it safe for work because I don't know Mick that well, and it's already very weird that I'm writing fanfiction about her in my mind, so I don't want to make it so weird that we can't be friends anymore. You know what I mean? I don't want to do that. So yeah, the bulb zone is the northeastern part of the crater, or part of the, like, continent. It's the one with the big the couches in it. If you're interested in seeing images, this is the, that's the wiki article. Crip says, yeah, I'm literally the mod here and a veteran smut writer. She is also my wife. So I definitely know that she has the smut writing and reading chops of many years. Take the green light and not ask for second permission. Already established generated mix. Yeah, doctor, go for it. In fact, I'm probably going to lean so, like, safe for work and chill in the story that it might be funnier if I have someone sort of pushing me towards some more degeneracy. The story is called The Sands of Time. It will be about a young man who gets yanked into the afterlife by the Grim Reaper. My story also includes a Reaper. That's interesting. The young man gets mad and battles the Grim Reaper so he can get out of the afterlife. He wins, but the consequence is that the concept of passing away is gone. Father Time scolds the young man and rebrands him as the Traveler to fix the human timeline. Interesting. So he has to fix his own, because he broke the timeline. So he's going back to stop himself? I'm curious about that. So we have that. I thought of the detail that the embrace can only last as long as the maximum amount of time you can be underwater in Subnautica with an air tank. So I need to look up the equipment. Ultra high capacity tank. Subnautica. Plus 180. So you start with 75. It gives 180, which gets you to Wait, is that correct? Do you start with 75 air? I can't remember. Embrace sounds like such a euphemism. It kind of is a euphemism. Like that's the point. Is to repair humanity's timeline, since in his timeline nobody cannot pass away. But that's his fault, right? So all he has to do is go back and stop himself and everything will be fixed? Or am I misunderstanding something? But essentially, we're looking at like 3.5 minutes. Okay, so we got... which is a pretty good amount of time for a hug. When they separate, a beast, say baby sea emperor swims clumsily nearby. That's just an idea I have for the kind of the end of the story, sort of. Okay, so... and then we have some quotes of some things I want him to say. So this is what we're kind of working with right now. Okay, journey back to shallows. And I'm going to kind of bullet point this and then fill in as we go, is my plan. So the story so far... I need to adjust it a bit. The Reaper Leviathan Shelf has 2 visits. Okay. Unlike the others, clearly sorry, both times but never approached. Never attacked. I'm gonna run out of balls. I need to buy some in the store, in the Pokemon game. Also, definitely got to stop. There we go. Keeping it on in the background when I'm doing other stuff because it's very distracting. Bulbs on ultra high capacity adds 180, so 3 minutes. So I'm gonna say I'm roughly 3.5 minutes. Wild thoughts which were vocalized on the stream too many times. Yeah, for sure. The entire story, once he gets rebranded as the Traveler, will having traveled through different areas of human history. Okay. Well, that sounds fun. Is it a what am I trying to think of? Quantum leap situation? Is it like the doctor sort of, where he has to go and like fix specific points in time before he can move on? Mr. Agel says, "Oh wow, my story has Mother Nature gets mad people because human beings are assholes and try to destroy the Earth. Fair. So Mother Earth puts the evil of humans into them, turning them into monsters. Love it. And gives the good people the powers of the Earth. Then she sees which side wins, human goodness or evil." That's fun. That's a fun twist on the on the like Mother Nature taking revenge twist. I like that. Yes, that's it. It basically has to prevent humanity's atrocities. Atrocities might be kind of a heavy subject for historical fiction. I certainly wish you luck with it. That's gonna take a lot of research to make sure you're handling the atrocities sensitively. So that's a big project you've given yourself for sure. Mommy Nature. Okay. I put fanfiction in the title and everyone is so horny. This foil will be Nyarlathotep from H.P. Lovecraft. Oh, that's cool. I always liked Nyarlathotep. I think he's underused in general. Sort of the scheming pharaoh. It's fun. I love your comic idea, Mr. Agel. That's a lot of fun. I love the idea. So it's like a power fantasy, but also a morality, like eco-morality sort of concept. I like that. Okay, so let me just give you the basic outline of the story. So the basic outline of the story is Mick. It's the final day, right? This takes place on the last day that she is on the planet, or the last couple of days. So in the beginning, she goes to the Aurora to get the escape platform plans from the captain's quarters. And it makes her think about the Reaper Leviathan she saw in the bulb zone that was just by itself, that had a distinct scar across its soft left flank. And how it would like watch her from a distance but not ever attack her Subnautica. Subnautica? Her sea moth. Jesus, I was trying to say submersible and I just said Subnautica. Now, in the captain's quarters, she finds not only the escape plans, but something else as well. A schematic for an experimental translation device designed to assist in communicating with intelligent nonverbal species. So what the hell were they planning to do out here? Because and canonically, they're very far away from civilization, as it were. And if you don't know the story of Subnautica, turn off your ears for a minute. But, chat box is not tall enough. There we go. The architects or the precursors will... Yeah, TLBG, that's kind of what I was worried about. So TLBG says, Nyarlathotep will test the main character's moral compass and will be the catalyst of humanity's atrocities, e.g. World War I, II, and 9/11. So, I completely understand why you would want to go in that direction. I totally get that that pull to want to do things that are like big and had a big impact on our history. If I may suggest, I would focus on much, much smaller events if I were you. It's extremely difficult because here's the thing. I've studied a fair amount about World War I. There's never one answer. There's never one reason that something like that happens. There's a million reasons. There's a million different events. Like, yes, the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand is kind of what sparked the powder keg, but somebody else built that powder keg over time through a wide and incredibly complicated series of events that there are literally books and books and books and books and books and books and books just about the political environment that led to World War I. So much so that there is literally nothing that a single person could ever do in that timeline who is not in a position of governmental power that could change the course of that situation. And I fear that once you get into writing it, you may be frustrated that there is no one thing that person can do. Like, sure, if you kill Hitler like while he's failing out of art school before any of that stuff happens, I guess that might prevent World War II. But the fact is that the harshness of the penalties to Germany's economy are really what led to the conditions after World War I. I mean, are really what led to the social conditions that led to the circumstances that allowed a demagogue like him to come to power, just like we are literally seeing right now in America today with the Orange Cheeto Man. He is in power because the Republicans have been dismantling our social services and financial protections over the last 50 years. So when you see that, like that, this is exactly what happened with Hitler as well. It's not because it's him. It's because the country is in such a place. People are vulnerable to being manipulated because they're not feeling secure. They're scared. The economy's not good. You know, they're working, but they can't afford things, yada, yada, yada. That is what leads to that sort of fascism rising in power most often, most of the time. So I fear that there's nothing your protagonist could actually do to reasonably prevent any of those events. Like if it weren't Hitler, it probably would have been someone else. If it's not the Cheeto, it probably would have been someone else. Because these things are so much bigger than the people involved that it's just not something you can just fix. And also, there literally is no way to write that without it being horribly offensive. I'm sorry, I'm not shitting on your idea. I like your idea. It's just the events that you've chosen, I feel, will be problematic for you as a writer. So I would, since you came to the stream and offered your generously offered your story idea, I'm also offering some potential assistance that might make things easier for you moving forward. Perhaps focus on like personal stories or like helping people individually, because for the reasons I've just explained and for many more reasons, it's probably not ideal to try to send one modern man into, 1915 Turkey and like try to fix things. Rewriting history is complex enough, but isn't Nyarlathotep's character known to be a foil to humanity's optimism in most stories? Sure, but the other part of it that also occurred to me is that when you make Nyarlathotep the reason that World War II happened, you're sort of accidentally denying humanity's responsibility in their own evil. And you're sort of, you're not, I'm not saying you're doing this, but if a writer did do that, that takes the responsibility away from the Nazis of being evil. And you don't want to do that. I'm telling you right now, you don't want to stick your foot in that pothole. You don't want to be falling off that cliff where you're trying to like, be like, no, they were evil, but you don't want to do that. Nobody wants you to do that. And I'm using the most extreme example to sort of illustrate why saying that Nyarlathotep is the reason that World War II happened is problematic. And deeply offensive to a lot of people. Because, like I'm saying, if it's the same thing, like when people say, oh, the devil made someone do it. It's like, no, that person made a choice and did something terrible. We can't, as a society, afford to take away the responsibility of people's actions from them. You know what I mean? We can't do that. And unfortunately, a lot of people do that these days, and I think that's why a lot of bad things happen. Is because people don't understand personal responsibility for the things they say and do. So again, I don't mean to go on a long diatribe against your idea, but again, it's not the idea that's the problem. It's, I think, the atrocities is the problem. Mayhap not so much atrocities. You know, maybe more like individual small stories of just helping people, or helping people become better people. Might be easier to write, is kind of what I'm getting at. And yeah, you don't want to be stepping into trying to make the we don't want to assign blame for the Holocaust to anyone but Nazis. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to assign blame for that to anyone but the people who did it, and they chose to do it. So then what should you do? Should you just avoid those eras of human history entirely? No, not at all, but if you're already doing different timelines, why wouldn't the timelines be different? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't there be entirely fictional conflicts that don't correlate to our timeline? If you do that, you can make up whatever the hell you want, and then you can fix that however the hell you want. That's the beauty of fiction. But historical fiction has a lot of baggage on it, you know? And it's really fucking hard to write. I've listened a lot to the podcast World Building for Masochists, and one of the writers who is a regular host, she is a historical fiction writer, and her whole thing is, I believe, Rome. And she has studied Rome for like decades, and her books are like steeped in Roman culture and history and the reality of that. And that's just one culture in just one era of history. And it takes a lifetime of study to be able to write it effectively. But if you're making it up, you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want, and no one can say it's wrong because it's not real. You can just do whatever you want. So personally, I would suggest if you're changing timelines, do stuff that is fictional. And then you won't be like offending people by, well, I can't guarantee you won't be offending people, but you're less likely to offend people by delegitimizing actual horrific events that happen in history by sort of sensationalizing them in fiction. This is why I think I should be an editor. You know what I mean? I feel like I should be an editor for people because I have a lot of thoughts on writing. I'm just not great at actually sitting down and putting the words on the page. Anyway, so my story is content editing. Yeah, it's like, how do you build a portfolio for that when it's just advice? I don't know. She goes to the Aurora, gets the plans, finds plans for a translator, builds the translator, sort of keeps it in her pocket for a couple of days while she builds the escape platform and the rocket, but can't stop thinking about that Reaper. It's kind of stuck in her head, right? So on the final day, after she's released all of the animals, I'm going to make that a note. Because that's related to a quote or a line of dialogue I have written. She says, fuck it, and hunts down the scarred Reaper. They meet and she places the translator on him. They have a beautiful moment. And she leaves with a bittersweet feeling. That's basically the concept of the story. So it's like, they speak, they embrace. I have some ideas for dialogue that are like, they sound spicy, but they're not technically. This is my favorite one. It's him going, I could eat you right now. She goes, do you want to? He says, no. The deep dwellers came to the shallows to hunt us for sustenance. I am the last of my pack, the last to stubbornly remain in this place. Yeah, again, TLBG, the IRL historical figures is kind of the problem, you know what I mean? Even the myth and legends, people care about that stuff, and for a lot of people it is their culture. Even if it is like kind of silly fictional stuff to us, they care about that. But if you're making up your own stuff, you can do whatever you want, just saying. I watched you release those you had taken into your structure for study. I believe you care for us. So like, I'm using stuff from the stream that actually happened in addition to the details from the wiki. I'm sort of combining like in-universe canon with things happened in the stream. So let's get into some expansion here. What I'm making a sea moth. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It's like, it's not a ton of lore, but it's enough to work off of. Subnautica. Yep. You nailed it. Love the voice, makes me not afraid of it. Yeah, I'm not as warmed up as I was last night. Last night I had a really good Mufasa thing going, and I can't quite hit that right now. I'm a little dehydrated, I guess. Okay. I gotta look at mixed model.
Paint Rock's doing that Easter play again.
Yeah, the one that I'm not in this year.
Okay, come on, baby. You want a lap? Settle in. Okay, so we've got... Oh, wait, right. She doesn't have bat wings on her back. Does she? No. Okay, Panther, please don't just... No, it's just the wings on her head. Okay. And then sort of a bat wing, like, top. Okay. Purple, yellow eyes, purple hair, and then, like, sort of animal ears. Plaid skirt with the... Okay. Okay. I gotta keep that in mind. I gotta keep her like model in mind while I'm writing this, or I'll forget. Panther, I got you, baby. Just lay down. Just lay down, baby. You're fine. Okay. Yes, Kitty is here. I'm sorry, I went silent because I'm grabbing my phone for Kitty Cam. To find the... stand here. Yeah, baby. You comfy? Yes, incoming cat cam. He's not going to be super visible because he's in his, like... He's not facing me exactly. I know, baby. 1 second. He's looking at me like, why the fuck aren't you petting me? Cat cam. Yeah. Okay, there he is. There's the boy. All right. Okay, so this doesn't work because she doesn't have bat wings on her back. Discord link doesn't work. It still doesn't fucking work. I just updated it. What the fuck? Wait, which Discord link? Which one? Okay, I'm fixing this right now. So I'm putting a permanent one in. This should fix it. Okay. Commands. Shout out schedule. Socials. Okay. YouTube, TikTok. Rules, credit. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, so the socials link is still broken, so let me fix that. Okay, so that should be a permanent invite link that actually works. Yeah. Okay, great. So that should be fixed. Okay, so, Okay, so I've also generated a fresh invite link that is a permanent version that will not, so it won't change every frickin' day. So that should be good now. Give a sneak peek. Ooh, of the comic? Yeah. All right. So what do I need to actually just like kind of grind out and fill out here? I'm gonna fix this wing situation. Let's say the headrest in the sea moth, unfortunately, was not designed for alternative humans. What do we want to call like a bat person? What would the society in Subnautica call a bat person? Oh, are you just done with me because I'm not petting you enough? Panther, are you that? What are you doing? You want to say hi to stream? Humanoids. Yeah, that's probably a good idea. Panther wanted to say hi and put his butt on camera, and now he's done. Okay. Cat cam's gone for now. Don't sit on top of my computer, please. That's where all the hot air needs to go. Yeah, humanoids is fine. We're also like, I'm not like terribly worried about this being absolutely perfect because it's a funny story for a friend, so it's not designed for humanoids with bat ears. The bat ears. With bat ears, with bat wings. What am I doing? With vestigial purple bat wings exuding from their lustrous black hair. Okay. The it's also an interesting line to tread here because I want to be complimentary without being creepy, right? So we're going to focus on the model and its properties and sort of the standard like fanfic romantic writing style of that. Oh, Panther, do you want out? Meow. Meow. One moment. Gonna let the boy out. Do you want out? Shell gone. Oh no. I don't know what that is, but you seem very excited about it, so I'm also going to use an Ultra Ball. You want to hang out? Okay, whoop, I'm back. Hello. Okay. With vestigial purple bat wings exuding from their lustrous black hair. I didn't get it. How did I not fucking get it? Congratulations, though, Mr. Agel. 2 Ultra Ball fails and one success. That's awesome. Sneak preview, by the way. The Ultra Ball failure reminds me that the Pokemon community game has inspired me to play a Pokemon game on stream. So I'm going to give you a sneak preview here. I'm not sure exactly when I'm going to do that, but I got a completely legitimate actual physical cart of Pokemon Platinum. I definitely went and bought it. I definitely did not download a ROM. I would never do that. I wouldn't download a car. Wouldn't download a ROM. I did, however, patch the shit out of it using a couple of like really cool patches. So it's actually, the full title is Pokemon Renegade Platinum with Following. So it's this ROM hack called Renegade that completely redesigns the game in terms of difficulty and also allows you to catch all 493 in the Pokedex in the single game without having to trade any. And like allows you to speed things up so that playing the game isn't such a slog. And uncaps FPS during battle scenes, which is cool. And another patch which on top of that makes it so that your lead Pokemon follows you around, like in later games. So in some later games. So it's a like really ideal version of Pokemon Platinum. So I'm gonna play that. I'll put the links to everything in the Discord. Just remind me, I'll do that later. Here, I'll write it down. Because I can't link that sort of thing in chat. I believe that would be TOS, so. Alright, wrote that down. Cool. But yeah, I did a lot of research. I really wanted to figure out which one I wanted to play. And I think Platinum is the one to go with because it's going to have a ton of Pokemon. I have no fucking idea what they are because I really only know the original 151. And also that way it has all the conveniences of the modern games, but it's not, the list I think is going to be very satisfying. It's gonna be so fun. I agree. I don't think I want to do it like as a continual run. I think I want to do it like a couple days a week and sort of start to iron out more of a distinct schedule here instead of sort of flying by the seat of my pants every day. By the way, you're watching me draft. So what I write is not going to be good. This is going to be bad. I'm just trying to get a draft done so I can like move, get it done. So I'm gonna just kind of write what's in my brain, and I'll edit it as we go and also later. See if she piloted it for too long, she inevitably ended up with a splitting headache. But yeah, I'm excited for that. I'm also trying to figure out an MMO that I would like to play on stream. Because I have always loved MMOs, but I've never been able to balance them with life. But now I think I am in a place where I would be able to do that. And I just don't know which one I should do. People still really seem to like Final Fantasy XIV. They really don't seem to like the most recent expansion, that's for sure. So I'm thinking about that. I might just do Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning, because they still have that like community server up. That was really, I would love to do that. Classic WoW is an option, of course. All kinds of stuff. The world is my cloister. So, probably for too long, we've never lived splitting. Okay, so this doesn't work anymore, so we'll get rid of that. Okay, open up. So I'm going to get rid of it. So, making the Seamoth heading to Aurora. Just put a dash there. The middle slab. Was once the main deck of the ship. Memories of hurrying across the cavernous main hall. Memories came of hurrying across the cavernous main hall to grab a synthesized coffee for her shift. Memories floated to mind of hurrying across the cavernous main hall to grab a synthesized coffee before her shift started, and never quite making it on time. I don't know if Mick is late to stuff, but that's a detail of her in the story, apparently. Shadow, if you don't stop rubbing your face on the fucking microphone, my dude, come here. Come on, get on my lap. Come here. Come on. Just lay down. If I turned on cat cam right now, it would just be Shadow's butthole, so I'm not going to do that. Shadow just will not cuddle with me at the desk unless it's like fucking midnight, and then all he wants to do is sleep on my lap. No, you can't eat my... No, stop. Can't eat that either. Oh, for fuck's sake, bro. No, it's like he knows it makes annoying sounds and he wants to do that. Exactly that. Stop. Come here. No, you can... Shut up. I love this boy, but he does not like it when I stream, I guess. Okay, get off the desk. You went out? Okay, it's your day to be in the bedroom anyway, so I'll move you into the bedroom. Ah! Well, I can't find Panther, so I can't let Shadow out because I don't want them getting into a fight. So they'll just have to deal. Okay. That's headache. She had the plans. She had the materials. Her She had the plans, she had the materials. Her head wings flapped unconsciously with excitement. I'm just going to do flap with excitement. She was finally getting out of here. After nearly a month of near-death scrapes, he was finally getting out of here. She checked and rechecked the storage shelves before bed that night. She had the plans, she had the materials. Her head wings flapped with excitement. Panther's in the living room? Okay. Okay. All right. I mean, believe it or not, this is about as much as I get done when I'm trying to write without streaming, so. Okay. Da-da-da. The translator was surprisingly easy to make. Spending time in the lava zone was far from her favorite activity. She had stocked up on kyanite early. Two crystals, copper wire, some titanium, and what would be the recipe for a translator like that? Two crystals of kyanite, a copper wire, some titanium. Let's say a wiring kit instead. A wiring kit. I guess in a ruby for something to like vibrate. In a ruby, later she was holding it in her hand. Oh, you know what? And a silicone. You need to go to celebrate the 12th anniversary with your fiance. See you later. Have a nice stream. Absolutely. Mr. Agel, thank you so much for coming by and hanging out with us. I will be, once this is done, I'm gonna, I mean, I'll post it in the Discord and send it to, I mean, I'll send it to Mick obviously as well. I probably won't finish it today, but we'll see. I'll try to get there. But yeah, have a great night. Congratulations on your anniversary. That's so cute. I love that. Bye. What is that material? It's boyfriend material. Silicone rubber. Yeah, so silicone rubber to make like a silicone rubber later. Two crystals, a wiring kit, two titanium, and a short length of silicone rubber. Later, she was holding it in her hand. Well, hands. It was surprisingly big for a universal translation device. I'm aware of how that sounds. That's on purpose. She wondered. A catalog, a flora of the fauna he had. Cataloged. No, that's redundant. She had studied in her time here. Let's say she flitted through catalog of the fauna she had studied in her time here. Your mind? No. No, let's try that again. Okay, I've got an idea. Set it down and pulled out her PDA. She set it down. Okay, let's do this. Two. Change into her. What is that other material? It's fiber mesh. Yeah, fiber mesh. So we'll say her fiber mesh sleepwear. Crawled into bed. Exhausted. Letter PDA. Well, I'm trying to do that thing that they do in like romance and stuff, where like the beautiful heroine gets into unnecessarily like flouncy silk pajamas and then lays in a abnormally huge bed and is in full makeup and hair to go to sleep. She set it down to change into her fiber mesh sleepwear. Her figure hugging fiber mesh sleepwear. And crawled into bed, exhausted. She pulled out her PDA. I hate starting every sentence with a pronoun. She did this, she did this, she did this. But it's we're swooping here. I'll come back and fix it later. She booted up and began to page through the catalog of the fauna she had studied in her time here. There we go. Okay. It had to be intelligent, of course. No. There'd be no purpose in slapping the huge device onto a peeper. There'd be no purpose in slapping the huge device onto a stalker and hearing shiny bite over and over. So that indicated Leviathans. Only megafauna that had survived Kara bacterial infection. I think that'd be a semicolon. So that indicated Leviathans, the only megafauna that had survived the Kara bacterial infection. Okay, this is going okay though. This is going fine. We don't want to make it too long, but we got to get the thought process in before we move on to the action, right? So we got to get into how can we possibly justify this person being attracted to a Reaper Leviathan. Thought process, exactly. Yes, a thought process. P-H-O-T, thought. By the way, I'm clearly making this like semi. The language I'm using is clearly like semi phallic, just to be silly. The way I'm envisioning it, it's like a device that has like the silicone rubber makes a like slightly convex surface that you would put the device on a creature's like body, and then that would, you know, do the thing. Actually, I gotta hit the restroom, so I'll be right back. Oh, Makuhita. I like that one. All right. Oh, I finally got one. Okay. I'm gonna do a quick stretch and then I'll be back. Oh no, the boobs. Okay. I'm back with snackies. By the way, I've been throwing out banger after banger after banger on Blue Sky. And they're getting like no love. And some of them are genuinely very funny. So I have a plan to go back after some time has passed. And just like repost all of the really funny ones in a giant loop until I get some kind of interaction. Because I've been told it is okay to repost yourself on Blue Sky. That's what I've been told. So So that indicated Leviathan's the only megafauna that had survived the Kara bacterial infection. creature. Creatures. Was Altera planning to communicate with? That's necessarily complicated. Let's do that. What creature was Altera planning to communicate with? To be intelligent, of course, and large in size. Am I muted? No, I'm just thinking. Thought it was your computer first. You must have caught me like right when I was between words. I'm just trying to think and eat and not chew into the microphone at all. Okay, the only make this Let me think. Okay, there was only one Leviathan. That had never attacked. When she got close. The scarred. Survivor. The edge of the bulb zone. It always makes me laugh in fanfiction when it's like fairly serious prose, and then they are forced to reference something that sounds kind of silly from the game, and then I don't know, that just always makes me laugh. Okay, so I'm thinking she comes to that conclusion and then kind of like rolls over. I say something about her hair and then goes to sleep thinking like, oh, but that's silly. She'd made it this far. Did I actually spell that incorrectly? Oh. I've made it this far. Why would I endanger my life now? And then that would be the end of the, like, opening bit, and then we would move on to a montage over the next... Not even a not a montage. We'd move on to the last day. Okay, that's not good, but it is technically the thing. And then cut to final day. Rocket is built. Time capsule has been left. Everything is... creatures have been released. God damn, can I type please? And there's nothing left to do but leave. Add a little thing here. With a visceral shudder, she remembered nearly dying to get that scan. Scanned in the crash zone. Never again. Listen, she couldn't afford to get that close. Never again. Only one Leviathan that never attacked. I don't want to say got close again. It's only one Leviathan that never attacked. Huh. There we go. Not what would you have to say, what would he sound like? There we go. Let's clean up this beginning as well. The unbearable brightness of a cloudless morning on... What is the name of the planet again? I mean, and this is romance, right? So it's got to be very purpley sort of prose. I can be indulgent with the you can be indulgent with the descriptions and metaphors and stuff. Also trying to lean into some of the language that modern authors use in their fiction, like claiming their meals and shit like that. I want to use this line, but I'm not sure where to put it now. Safer on the surface for now. She knew she'd have to submerge with the vibrant coral shallows, gave way to the barren sanded dunes surrounding the crash site. Dare I put a semicolon on the end of that sentence? Dare I? Is it fine to just do a fragment? It's fine. Yes, we got that she's heading there, and then her diligence had resulted in her salvation. Her diligence had resulted in her salvation, poring over dozens of wrecked sections of the massive ship, and far too many ruined life pods had produced a number of Altera PDAs packed with information. Most of it was useless, but a few codes and clues had allowed her... By the way, codes and clues is what the tab is called in the PDA in-game, where you find, like, door codes and stuff. So codes and clues is actually a reference. A few codes and clues had allowed her to obtain crucial schematics and data about the planet. Something about the... Do something about the... Data about the planet. The captain's quarters. Deep within the bowels of the still, flaming ship. I mean, Aurora. Waves. Indeed. Indeed. Welcome. Waves. Indeed, 13012. Thank you so much for joining the chat. I appreciate your contribution. Captain's quarters deep within the bowels of the still flaming Aurora. Were noted as containing the plans for an escape rocket. It was almost too good to be true. So that is now written as a distinct. Okay, so I need to describe the. What do I mention? Oh, I'm gonna have to split this up. This is already getting too long to. This is already getting too long to follow. So unlike the others, I'm just gonna mark that. The distinctive roar, Python's the distance she docked. And carefully walked across the quaking, slanted metal slab. It was once the main deck of the ship. Memory slotted mine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to convert all of this to past tense as well, because when I'm writing ideas for something I use present tense, but then when I'm writing the actual prose I write past tense for some reason. I don't know why. So I need a moment here where she flashes back to seeing the Reaper and it not attacking her. So I've sort of glossed over that now, and that's actually, you know, the most important part. I think I am going to make that a semicolon, which I know is like heresy, but it's fine. It flows better. Pouring over dozens of wrecked sections of the massive ship. Far too many of your life pods have reduced the number of Altera PDAs packed with information. My instinct is to include a bit about how dangerous it is to get to the wrecks. Had proved to be absurdly dangerous, but had produced a number of Altera PDAs packed with information. Most of it was useless, but a few codes and clues and allowed her to obtain crucial schematics and data about the planet, the captain's quarters. Deep within the bowels of the still flaming ship were noted as containing the plans for an escape rocket. It was almost too good to be true. Okay, so at what point does she think about fucking the Reaper Leviathan? I've gotten too far away from the smut, and now I'm just writing a story. Shit. Because I need to pepper it in, right? We can't just ramp straight into the embrace. I'm too deep in my own lore here. The initial concept was that she would go there, but then it could, okay, hold on. What if she sees the scarred Leviathan near the ship, which is unusual, and they sort of pass each other, and then later in the conversation, the Leviathan reveals that it had been looking for her. What do you think of that? You like that? You think that... Yeah, because I want it to be... Everything I write is so long, too. This is going to be so long. Okay, Mick sees the scarred Reaper near the Aurora, which is highly unusual because its territory was further west, the border of the Hoosh Zone. Bulb Zone. Later, when they speak, he reveals that he had been looking for her. And he assumed the ship was a likely place to find her. Because for the purpose of the story, this Reaper Leviathan thinks like a fuckboy. We have to do that, otherwise the story doesn't work. Damn, that was fast. Good one, Crypt. Okay. Nick sees a scarred Reaper near the Aurora. Okay, my instinct, which I'm going to fight, my instinct tells me to go and work on something else and come back to that. But that would be splitting my focus, so let's finish filling this out. Okay, Mick. Let's call this opening. Mick. Arrow Aurora. And this will be Mick at base, right? Because we need to... Where does it actually stop? How far down is that? It's not that far. Right there. Because I need to fill in with more of this, so that will be longer. So Mick at base. Sleep. And then we need one more for the final day. And that will probably be the longest one. I may need to separate that into another section where it's the conversation as well. but we'll see. I do wish you could like edit, like these were links and not just, but I believe these are cards that you use to describe what's in there, right? Right? Yeah, and then that icon changes. Yeah, okay. Make researches, makes the translator, decides, thinks about him. Retroactive montage of building the actually I don't think that's necessary. Decision to meet, conversation, the end. Grab this. This here. Okay, and that'll be a smash cut too. Awesome. Stormy, why are you so mad? So this is I'm just going to mention that after time skip. That goes here. That goes here. Okay, so this is me trying to be organized. Because I'm never organized when I write or do most things. This is me actually trying to be organized and make this workable. Okay. It's almost too good to be true. Okay, so we got that. That's not relevant anymore because she's going to actually see it. That is mentioned. Those things will be mentioned in that. Maybe she sees it on the way back. Yeah, so like that would establish a rhythm of goes to do the thing and then the Reaper appears. So it's like, goes to the ship, sees the Reaper on the way back, builds the translator, gathers materials for the escape rocket, looks at the Reaper on the PDA, and then final chapter has built the escape rocket, goes to actually meet the Reaper. So it's like goal, then Reaper as a treat, as a reward. It's like a reward. Let's do that. Okay, so the journey back to Shallows is not uneventful anymore. Get rid of that. This can still happen when she gets back into the Seamoth. Mick clambered hurriedly into the Seamoth. fresh crab wounds on her arms. The little lighters still hadn't were still infesting the ship. And she wished for a moment she wished that she had never repaired the reactor core so they could all get cancer. I love that.
Welcome home, Columbia. Beautiful, beautiful. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions. Liftoff of mission 41B.
Carefully folded her.
Discovery and the shuttle has cleared the tower.
Are they translucent, sort of, or are they... No, they're opaque.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Okay, yeah, the ears are there as well, which could be an issue, so... I'm gonna say she carefully folded her ears back and her wings forward as she shifted into place. And there we go. Stormy, could you not, please, baby girl? Meow. Mick. Okay, let me reread this. Mick clambered hurriedly into the sea moth, fresh crab wounds on her arms. The little blighters were still infesting the ship, and for a moment she wished she had never repaired the reactor core so they could all get cancer. I know she's capable of that kind of anger towards the sea life, so... Okay, I feel like there's something missing here still. I'm actually going to put that in the notes. Okay. So notes. Rhythm. Goal. Reaper. Goal. Reaper. Goal. Reaper. Ship. Plans. Then sighting. Stormy. Okay, baby girl, you're half an hour early, and Daddy's not going to listen to this for another half an hour. Would you like some? I know, you're so sad. Oh my God. Come here, baby. Ow, that hurts. That hurts, Daddy. Ow. You like my lap? Be on my lap. Hmm? Nope, she just wants to scream. Okay. Baby girl. wondering if maybe I... Stormy! That's okay. Normally it's not a problem because there's like a game and there's a lot of things going on and I can ignore it, but... fucking sable-eyed dickhead. I'm just gonna close the door. Okay. Ship, plans, then sighting. Research. Let's see, materials. Then research. Rocket, then... Okay. We're making pretty good progress on this, actually. Considering. The trick is, like, everything I write ends up being funny. I don't know how sexy this is gonna be. I'm trying to make it, like, romantic, I guess. But it's also a sci-fi story. I can always sex it up afterwards. This is about getting it down on paper, and then we can edit it later, right? So let's just keep going. Proven. Is it proved? Okay. I was right the first time. In particular, the captain's quarters, deep within the bowels of the still flaming Aurora, were noted as containing the plans for an escape rocket. Okay, great. It was almost too good to be true, but she had to try. She heard the distinctive roars of the Leviathans in the distance as she docked. I'm sort of skipping the trip, but that's fine. There's nothing... She's not really seeing anything 'cause she's above the water. So that would be unnecessary detail. Heard the distinctive roars of the Leviathans in the distance. She died. Okay, this needs to be rewritten. Okay, so let's rewrite this. Let's make it past tense. The heat in the living quarters was almost unbearable. Okay, I can make this sexy because I can make her like sweaty, I guess. That's sexy, right? Isn't that what people like? I don't know. People like sweat, right? I don't know. Oh shit, Faust is live. She's been live for 2 hours. I didn't even notice. Okay, let's see. Okay.
Strange problems with it.
All right. The heat in the living quarters was almost unbearable. Fires. Electrical fires. Still burned around in what seemed like every room. Despite the I'm trying to say something about like she had sprayed them, but they just kept coming back. Turning the husk of the ship into an oven. Sweat dripped. Let's do Mick. We can make this a little sexy as well, right? Like chugging the water. Mick. See, I've never written romance or anything like that, so I'm outside of my comfort zone here. What? My brain, what? That's not good. That can't be good, right? Sweat dripped from I think sweat dripped is descriptive enough. Sweat dripped onto the titanium floors. This mix grown muscles strained to swallow as much water as possible as quickly as possible. Is that too much? Is that weird? She tossed the empty container into a trash can, still unwilling to litter in the destroyed ship. Okay. Finally, she reached the captain's quarters. Okay, yeah, see, this is still getting kind of long. So she finds the quarters, she finds the plans. Is the code always the same? I can't remember. Let's just try Google. $26.79. That sounds familiar. I think that is it still. Yeah. Finally, she reached the captain's quarters. She entered the code 2679 into the number pad. And I'm going to say cracked number pad. And the door slid open with a metallic groan. No fires inside, as luck would have it. The room was impeccably tidy considering the circumstances. She rummaged through the shelves and the captain's desk and found not one, but two PDAs. The second had been locked inside of a false drawer in the desk, split open by debris during the crash. She quickly downloaded their contents and Dreadnought, more like all hell Dreadnought, I guess. I don't know. She quickly downloaded their contents and stuffed a poster and a scale model, the Aurora, in her backpack and fled the ship. Okay. So that's been rewritten. It's only 2 paragraphs, it's not bad. I'm trying to keep it like light and short. But I still need to write now when she... Okay, I can do that in the second section. I can do that now in the second section and fill this out a bit. Yeah, I can start with... Yeah, that. Okay. Let's start with working on that. Yes. And then, when you still need to finish this first section, she clambered hurriedly into Seamoth. Jokes, yada yada. And then... by the time she pointed Seamoth, that's too many words, times of Seamoth, submersible, back towards the shallows. It was afternoon, so once again, the sun was at her back. So this is the point where she needs to see the Scarred Reaper and note that it is odd that he is not where he normally is. So once again, the sun is ever back. She pushed the control wheel down forcibly, willing the tiny ship to reach the bottom without attracting any attention. This is Sandy. She had become adept at piloting the vessels she had synthesized in her time here, but the Seamoth was her favorite. By the way, I don't know Mick that well. I just want to make it perfectly clear that the person I'm writing this story about, I don't know her that well. We haven't actually ever talked like person to person. We've been in each other's streams, but I don't know her. But this struck me as too funny, and I'm doing it, so I'm doing it. This is a lot of words for me to get done on a story in a single like session, so I'm pretty proud of that. We've still got a ways to go here. She became adept at piloting the vessels she had synthesized in her time here, but the Seamoth was her favorite. Nimble. It was nimble and quick. Just like her. I don't know what that means. As she swerved around a titanium beam, the width of the Cyclops. Her heart leapt into her throat. Is it always leaped? Her throat. Adrenaline began to pump. through her body before she as she realized that she was mere feet from the... I got to pull up the Reaper again. Mere feet from the... Let's say jaws. Sharp-toothed jaws. Yeah, from the sharp-toothed jaw and piercing mandibles of a Reaper Leviathan. It is very silly that I'm putting this so much effort into this. Okay. I'm going to hit the restroom very quickly. I'll be right back. Please enjoy the music and my unnecessarily jiggly model.
Roger, 0J, and I feel fine. Discovery Houston, press to ATO. Liftoff of mission 41D, the first flight in the orbit of Discovery, and the shuttle has cleared the tower. 3, 2, 1, 0, 0, Discovery, go and throttle up. Discovery's 4 computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Okay, we back. Began to pump is passive voice. Let's do pumped. I don't want to... I use passive voice too much in my writing. I gotta work on that. It's always something began to do something or blah instead of just, you know, did it. There was a size comparison photo on the wiki that actually is super useful. Where is it? There it is. Because you forget, like when you play the game a bunch and you have the prawn and you're running around like a badass and you know you don't give a fuck about no Reapers, you forget that they are gigantic and terrifying. Okay. So the actual scale is more like... Because I keep picturing her body being about the same size as its face, but that is not correct. That's not actually correct. Here, let me... share this window. So this is the actual size comparison. The Reaper Leviathan. So if the player is like 6 feet tall, that makes the Leviathan head of course, the only measurement tool I have around me is a tape measure, so that'll have to do. So if we're looking at scale, so it's like 1.5. The actual full head of the Reaper is like 5. One and a half and 5. But that's including the horn. That's including the horn. So what is the actual face? The actual face is like 3. Like 3 inches. So, and the body is like 1.5. Body with a head would be like 1.5. And the face is like 3. So the face is about twice the size. Well, yeah, I'm doing some math here because I want to be accurate, of course. So what I've ascertained is that the player character is about half the size of the Reaper's face, like face, and then the horn is just above and beyond. But like, this is about 12 feet tall if the player is about 6 feet tall. From chin to top of eyeballs here is about 12 feet. So 12 feet, that's an entire building, like a 1-story building from the outside. So I'm just trying to picture jump scare warning. I'm just trying to picture, like, you know, what you would see. Why is this so, like, weird and small? That's okay. Just put it here. So what you're seeing is actually mostly horn, not face so much. The face is more like, you're seeing mostly eyes, some mouth, and butt chin. That's like most of what you're seeing. Horny image, come on now. But still, the player is only about this tall. Like, if you're in the middle, let's bust out the tape measure again. If you're in the middle, it's about 9. Wow, that's the second Ultra Ball I've used today that hasn't worked. Fuck off. That's about 9. So 4.5 in the middle. So you're about, as the player, you're about from this middle, between the eyes to like the base of the mouth. Okay, so the embrace is actually not as awkward as I thought it would be, because if you think about it, if you think about it, the player character would just, Mick in this case, would be embracing like the horn, not the face and mouth. Like that's what would make sense. So that does change things in my mind. I'm glad I did this very good and very necessary research. This is why writing takes so long, everybody. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that helps. That helps a lot, actually, honestly. Because I've been struggling a little bit with the actual size difference here. So that makes a little more sense. I don't like sharp-toothed jaw. I don't like that. She was mere feet from the blackened eyes. Let's talk about the eyes, because we're trying to get sexy here. Say opal black eyes. Does that make sense? What am I thinking of? Onyx black. Onyx is always black, right? Yeah. It would be good to also maintain a sort of through line of referencing materials, because that's a big part of the game. Why am I see, I'm such a perfectionist. I'm going about this like I'm fucking submitting this for some kind of competition. I am definitely not doing that. Adrenaline pumped through her body. She realized that she was mere feet from the onyx black eyes and piercing mandibles of a Reaper Leviathan. Okay. That's how you do everything. Yeah. Well, it is what it is. Okay. What happens when people get scared? She froze. Electricity. Every muscle in her body tense with readiness to act. She had learned the hard way. Hard way that you can't simply outrun a Reaper. This is an important moment, y'all. I'm trying to be specific here. You learn the hard way. You can't simply outrun a Reaper, which is not true, by the way. You absolutely can. In the Seamoth, you can absolutely outrun a Reaper. It just, you know, it's a story. Just say in a Reaper, yeah, it's how you can outrun whatever. You learn hard way. You simply can't simply outrun a Reaper. They were too fast, too strong. And once they had you in their grip, they wouldn't let go until they had consumed you. See, that's not sexual to me, but that's probably sexual to someone, right? You monster fuckers out there. It's almost like we're still in a smash or pass bit of the stream. Oh, good. Hey, buddy. I'm not doing anything weird. I'm just writing a several hundred word multi-page fanfiction about someone I don't know super well and the Reaper Leviathan that I'm pretty sure they want to fuck. Nothing weird. Okay. Sounds like a perfectly ordinary Monday to me. Smasher Pass never left Goat's brain. It wasn't even the Smasher Pass. Honestly, it wasn't even that. I had seen something else that she had said about it. Or no, she said something about the Reaper specifically while she was still playing the game. And that sort of planted the seed in my mind. And then Smasher Pass was like, okay, I've got to do something about this. This is also great writing practice for me. They were too fast, too strong, and once they had you in your grip, they wouldn't let go until they had consumed you. Moments. Stretched into seconds. As the adrenaline, I can go back and change that original adrenaline line if I need to, but I'm trying to do something else here. Stretch the sex, the adrenaline coursing through her brain ensured she would never forget this. Let's change that to time stood still. As the adrenaline coursing through her brain ensured she would never forget this moment. But before that, let's establish that they're staring into each other's eyes. Once they had you in your grip, they wouldn't let go until they had consumed you. She locked eyes with... Which, by the way, it's impossible to lock eyes with a Reaper. They have 4 black eyes that are like 10 feet apart from each other. So the most you could actually lock eyes with is like one of the 4 at most. It's a romance. It doesn't matter, honey. She locked eyes with the left side of its head. See, like it doesn't sound as good. You know what I mean? She locked eyes with the... I've got to use the word beast here. She locked eyes with this powerful beast. Almost daring it to make the first move. This is, you know what this feels like? This feels like the artists who are not furries, who, like, their whole job is making furry porn, but that is not what they're into, but they're good enough at it that other people who like it are into it. That's what this kind of feels like right now. I feel like I'm not into this, but I can understand what the people who are into it are looking for. Mostly because Crypt has explained monster fucking to me in the past, of like sort of the psychology there. Doctor, we're making good progress. As far as writing goes, this is good progress. We have the story like plotted out. I've got a couple things written for a later scene, and then I've got the concept for the last part. And the first section is almost done. Which is not bad. We're in a tense moment. This is the first meeting between Mick and the Reaper. There's going to be another one, obviously. Can you send it to me after stream? I want to read it. Well, it's not done yet. When it's done, I will send it to both Discords, my Discord and Mick's Discord. Well, no, hold on. When it's done, I will send it to Mick. She will get first read, and then if she has any notes for me, I'll incorporate that. It's almost like doing a commission on spec. You know what I mean? I also don't even know, because this is going to be very tame, because that's just, I couldn't possibly make it weird on my own. But if she does want that, I guess I could. I've got a spot technically where she's gonna sleep, and what we're gonna do is like move on to the next day. But what I'm writing here is possible much sexier scene in dream sequence, because in a dream, it doesn't have to make sense. You know what I mean? It can be the actual scene. But I'm not going to write that unless she explicitly wants me to. And even then, I'm not going to send it to anyone else. I'll just send it to her. And even if she does want me to write it, I'm not going to tell anybody that she asked me to. Oh, Lou's going live. She's also going to do a co-working stream. Fun. Turn this up to mute it. I am an absolute fiend for channel points. So I always keep up all of my friends' streams and mute the tab, because I love channel points. I've got 6.5K in Lose. Okay, don't want to get distracted. Let's keep it, because this is a lot of progress for me personally. So I'm gonna be, fuck, I missed another Pokémon's. What is with me today? Okay. Ugh. Okay. Just learn the hard way simply. See, these are the scenes that are harder to write. These take longer to write, you know, because you're really trying to evoke something here. Okay, she locked eyes with the powerful beast. I'm so daring it to make the first move. She had to know where it would strike to be able to dodge it. And jam the submersible and thrust the submersible out of danger. She had to know where it would strike to be able to dodge it. And thrust the submersible. To dodge... Maybe I should say dodge its thrust. No. Time stood still as the adrenaline coursing through her brain ensured she would never forget this moment. Okay, guys. Genuine question here. Do I go for the, like, stereotypical shorthand of the Reaper, like, cocking its head to the side to indicate that it's studying her? Do I go for that? Or is that just too lame? Like, I hate that trope, but it would be absolutely perfect here. I'm gonna write it and see how I feel about it. An involuntary twitch in her haha twitch, because that's haha twitch, in her wrist made the sea moth hitch slightly to the left, and she okay, so what I'm trying to do is, like, she twitches, the sea moth, like, moves a little bit, and that would normally be when the Reaper would attack, but it doesn't. It just cocks its head to the side and studies her. Only twitching her wrist made the sea moth pitch slightly to the left. A deadly mistake, and she knew it. I guess I could say it was. So, okay, so at this point, maybe she, like, jams the sea moth away for a second in reverse, but notices it doesn't follow her. Like, I'm trying to... How can we extend this without making it silly? It was a deadly mistake and she knew it. She leaned into the pitch and forced the sea moth into reverse to force the ship into reverse to reverse in the hopes of throwing off its initial attack. A dreamlike, electric calm enveloped her as she realized the immense predator hadn't moved. She should be running, but she couldn't look away from its cold, dark eyes. Yeah, I think the goal today is to finish this first section, which we almost are done with. And then tomorrow we can finish up the second and third sections, because I want to get this done. I always start projects like this. I always get like halfway through and then I fail to finish them. So I want to finish this one. It does kind of look like it's smiling, doesn't it? We call it a maniac grin. I love that phrase. Okay. Gotta keep moving though, gotta keep writing. Let's get this done. She should be running, but she couldn't look away. Let's make that more dynamic. Every fiber of her being told her to run. She couldn't look away from its cold, dark eyes. That's better. I like that better. Its maniac grinned. Result of simple human pattern recognition. More than alien biology. Actually, let's make this like an aside. The maniac grin of a Reaper Leviathan. More a result of simple human pattern recognition than alien biology. The usual maniac grin of Reaper was... What am I trying to say here? this creature no, this seems unnecessary. I'm just going to cut that. No, we're moving on. Look away from its cold, dark eyes. It was then that she noticed the scar. On its left flank. The sole survivor. The Reaper that had watched her from afar. She had explored the border of the bulb zone. Days before. Oh yes? Oh yes, what? Are we getting to it? Is that what you mean? Oh yes? Hmm. Okay, I can't get lost in the sauce. Like, what? Hey, this is all development. Stuff's happening. You know, none of this is unnecessary, I don't think. But I know, everybody wants to get to the smut. I know. But there's not going to be any smut in this, is the thing. I feel like I'm blue ballsing everyone. It was then that she noticed a scar on its left flank. It's a massive scar. The sole survivor. Actually, that should be a period. The Reaper that had watched her from afar as she had timidly explored the border of the bulb zone. I don't think we need the time context. Okay. Say that had always watched from afar. Because the reason I'm like agonizing over these words and sentences like this is because this is overall a very short story, and I want to make sure that I'm being perfectly clear in like packing as much backstory as I can into little bits and pieces so that it flows more easily. The Reaper had always watched her from afar as she had timidly explored the border of the bulb zone. Okay, so I need to move that down so... What now? By the way, random thing, I have noticed that I'm getting a lot of, or not a lot, but I'm getting some random viewers because I do check my stream summaries afterwards to see, like, you know, how are we doing? And I'm getting what I think is a surprise number because it's certainly gone up from before. but I'm getting a surprising number of unique viewers who are not chatting or sticking around. So I think people are seeing the booba and like coming in to see the stream, hearing me talk, and running away at full speed. That's my guess. Okay, the Reaper that always watched for it's to explore the Baldur's Bulbs. And like, yeah, I'm using that language specifically. Watched her from afar, timidly explored the border. Like, I'm clearly setting up a sort of relationship, if you will, where she's unsure, but he's sort of the wise one who like knows how this works. Which, by the way, it's a fish. I just want to be perfectly clear. It's a fucking fish. This is just a big ass fish that we are sexualizing. You're insecure. Don't know what for. No, I mean like, I mean that people are joining the stream expecting to hear a lady talk, and then they're hearing my definitely not a lady voice. Wait, what? Scare the fish when you come in with that, or you're doing a song. I don't know what the fuck that is. Okay, let's get back into it. What happens? Let's reprint it always. So that I hate ending moments like this because it's so hard. Like, what breaks the tension? Oh, here we go. Hold on, hold on. Here we go. Okay, hold on. I got something. It had been haunting her dreams ever since the first time she noticed it. Barely visible in the shadows of the kelp forest. Wait, does that make sense? Where is that in relation to the bulb zone? Yeah, that's not... Yeah, border of the bulb zone is right there. That's pretty far. I'm gonna say... Different time she noticed it. Barely visible in the shadows. Of the deep water? Of the bulb zone? What am I trying to say? No, it's not even that deep. Oh, from the mushroom forest. Okay, from the trees, from the... Okay, yeah. That works. Okay. 100 degrees ever since the first time she noticed it, barely visible in the shadows of the mushroom forest. Still a forest. In the shadowy... No, it's fine that way. I'm starting to get lost in the sauce. Okay. It had been haunting her dreams ever since the first time she noticed it, barely visible in the shadows of the mushroom forest. Every time she had returned to that area, every time the Reaper had watched from a distance. Not far away enough to ignore, but just far enough that after a few encounters, she found its presence oddly comforting. A bizarre constant and uncertain world. How about that? Is that romantic? I don't fucking know. It sounds romantic, I think. Yeah, that works. Wait, that should be a semicolon. Boop, boop, boop. Shouldn't say bizarre. Bizarre is the wrong word. It's a good word, but it's not evoking the right feeling. Found his presence oddly comforting. A constant. We'll just leave it. Yeah, a constant in an uncertain world. Okay. So what this does, dear readers, is this creates the illusion of time having passed. So when you're reading something like this, we're 3 paragraphs in to the moments that she's the moment that she's having with this Reaper Leviathan, right? And even though in the actual story it's only been like a few seconds, the more writing there is, the longer it feels to the reader. So even though we're going to go ahead and like move on and break the contact here, it's going to feel like that moment stretched on longer than it actually did in the story. And that's the goal. Okay, so we got that. Should talk about the scar. No, I already talked about the scar. I don't need to get into that. There's enough going on. I'll put that here in the conversation. I'll put that in the notes. She asks about the scar. He explains. Fighting for territory. No, that's not epic enough. It happened. Mick, get out of here! No! No, spoilers! Spoilers! Mick, no! You can't be in here. I specifically came to your Discord and said you can't watch my stream today. Girl, no. Here, you can have this. if that lets you know what's going on. You can have, spoiler alert, this. I mean, you can lurk. Just I'm spoiling, so maybe not. Maybe don't listen. It's a very pivotal moment. Oh my. My word. Okay, she gone? I think she's gone. Okay. I've been fighting off the Sea Emperor that killed his family. Okay, I want to make that absolutely clear that that's what happens there. Okay. Okay, I need to cut this there. Okay, and then put this here. So in the conversation, that there, so I can remind myself of that. Okay. It sounds so weirdly fantasy-esque when to say mushroom forest, but that's what it is. That's what it's called. Not far away enough to ignore, but just far enough that every few encounters pass by. Okay. Constant in an unfamiliar world. Unfamiliar world. Okay. But how does the moment end, right? How does the moment break? That's what I'm struggling with here. I mean, this is a pretty good first draft because I'm editing it pretty heavily as I go. Like I'm editing more heavily than I would normally. Yeah, that's almost 1,000 words. That's not bad. Okay. Constant in an unfamiliar world. That same feeling of familiarity. What am I trying to say? The same feeling of familiarity. Mind raced. Strange thoughts flitted through Hama. Thoughts of connection and understanding that couldn't possibly relate to the see how heavy they are? I mean, if it's that fucking big. Look at the Cyclops. Does it say how much it weighs? I'd say multi-ton. I'd say, like, the massive? Have I described it as massive yet? Massive ship. Massive scar. Relate to the it's called a beast again. Yeah. The beast. That was staring into her soul. Finally, it moved. Cocked its head to the side. Just far enough to trigger Mick's instincts and instincts to jerk the wheel, the drive wheel, to the left and jam it as far forward as it would go. She couldn't turn to look to see if she was being followed. She already knew that she wasn't. For whatever reason, it wasn't hunting her. Or, alternate line, if it was hunting her, it wasn't for food. If it was hunting her, I don't like the way that ends, but something else. Entirely. Or is it punchier? Wait, okay, alternate line. It was hunting her. But suddenly, she didn't feel like prey.
Discovery Houston, trim to ATO.
Some reason. What about that? She already knew she wasn't. If it was, no, it was hunting her. It was hunting her, but for some reason, she didn't feel like prey. No, feeling like prey is good. Oh, okay. There's a way to do this. There's a way to make this a good stinger, but I'm struggling. Something about hunting and prey. Am I overthinking this? Should it just be that? That could be it. That could just be the stinger. Because then we move on to... You think that's good? I think it's good. Yeah. Okay. Well, that... Yeah, that's not bad. That's, Well, the first section is almost 1,000 words. That's silly. That's very silly. Look. Hey, Mac. I didn't even know Mac was in here. Okay, I need to, now that I finished that section, I need to stand up, I need to stretch. Let's stretch. Mac, hey baby. Hi. Want uppies? You want uppies? Oh, you want uppies? Okay, come here, baby. Okay, come here. I got your butt. I got your butt. I got your butt. Why are you climbing? Hold on, I gotta turn it on. How's this for a cat cam? Purr Biscuits. Hi, Mac. What are you doing, baby? Hi. He's like draped across my back. What's going on, baby? I know he's got mama. You need a baby. Want the ice cream? Purple biscuits. Oh, you want my hand? Okay. He feels so nice with the. He's so warm on my back. Easy, baby. Easy, baby. I don't want you to fall, but you're losing grip, buddy. Don't fall. Don't fall, baby. You're gonna slide off. You're gonna slide off. Oh no! Oh no! There you go. Oh no, the boobs! Mac! What are you doing? You love the microphone? What are you doing, baby? He's having a little adventure. Mac. Oh. Are you done? Oh no! What are you doing? Oop. There he goes. What in the heck was that, pal? Oh, my shoulder hurts. Come here. Come here. Oh. Those are carrots. You don't want those. You don't want the carrots. You don't want the carrots. Okay, you all done? Okay. Okay. Well. That was an epic cat cam. Oops. Matt got some serious screen time. Okay, so I'm just going to read through this and then probably end the stream there. That's 4 hours. So, 1,000 words is 250 words an hour, which is not bad starting from scratch. So, the waves before her sparkled with the unbearable brightness of a cloudless morning on 4546B. She was making, she hoped, her final journey to the Aurora's final resting place. It was safer on the surface for now, but she knew she'd have to submerge once the vibrant coral shallows gave way to the barren, sanded dunes. That's too many adjectives. Barren dunes. Because I can't do 2 and then 2 more. That'd be too much. Surrounding the crash site, where the reapers screamed as they claimed their meals. In the end, her diligence had resulted in her salvation. Poring over dozens of wrecked sections of the massive ship and far too many ruined life pods had proved to be absurdly dangerous. But it had produced a number of Altera PDAs packed with information. Most of it was useless, but a few codes and clues had allowed her to obtain crucial schematics and data about the planet. In particular, the captain's quarters, deep within the bowels of the still flaming Aurora, were noted as containing the plans for an escape rocket. It was almost too good to be true, but she had to try. She heard the distinctive roars of the Leviathans in the distance as she docked and carefully walked across the quaking, slanted metal slab that was once the main deck of the ship. That had once been. Memories floated to mind of hurrying across the cavernous main hall to grab a synthesized coffee before her shift started, and never quite making it on time. The heat in the living quarters was almost unbearable. That's fine. Electrical fires still burned in what seemed like every room, turning the husk of the ship into an oven. Sweat dripped onto the titanium floors as Mick's throat muscles strained. I really like that part. It's so stupid. Strained to swallow as much fresh water as possible, as quickly as possible. She tossed the empty container into a trash can, still unwilling to litter the destroyed ship. Finally, she reached the captain's quarters. She entered the code 2679 into the cracked number pad, and the door slid open with a metallic groan. No fires inside, as luck would have it. The room was impeccably tidy, considering the circumstances. She rummaged through the shelves in the captain's desk and found not 1, but 2 PDAs. The second had been locked inside of a false drawer in the desk, split open by debris during the crash. She quickly downloaded their contacts, stuffed a poster and a scale model of the Aurora in her backpack, and fled the ship. Mick clambered hurriedly into the sea moth, fresh crab wounds on her arms. The little blighters were still infesting the ship, and for a moment, she wished that she had never repaired the reactor core so they could all get cancer, die. She carefully folded her ears back and her wings forward as she shifted into place. The headrest in the sea moth, unfortunately, was not designed for humanoids with vestigial purple bat wings exuding from their lustrous black hair. If she piloted it for too long, she inevitably ended up with a splitting headache. By the time she pointed the submersible back towards the shallows, it was afternoon, so once again the sun was at her back. She pushed the control wheel down forcibly, willing the tiny ship to reach the sandy bottom without attracting any attention. She had become adept at piloting the vessels she had synthesized in her time here, but the sea moth was her favorite. It was nimble and quick, just like her. As she swerved around a titanium beam the width of the Cyclops, her heart leapt into her throat. Adrenaline pumped through her body as she realized that she was mere feet from the onyx black eyes and piercing mandibles of a Reaper Leviathan. She froze, every muscle in her body tense with readiness to act. She had learned the hard way that you can't simply outrun a Reaper. They were too fast, too strong. And once they had you in their grip, they wouldn't let go until they had consumed you. She locked eyes with the powerful beast, daring it to make the first move. She had to know where it would strike to be able to dodge it and thrust the submersible out of danger. Time stood still as the adrenaline coursing through her brain ensured that she would never forget this moment. An involuntary twitch in her wrist made the Seamoth pitch slightly to the left. It was a deadly mistake, and she knew it. She leaned into the pitch and forced the ship into reverse in the hopes of throwing off its initial attack. A dreamlike electric calm enveloped her as she realized the immense predator hadn't moved a muscle. Every fiber of her being told her to run, but she couldn't look away from its cold, dark eyes. It was then that she noticed the massive scar on its left flank. The sole survivor. The Reaper that had always watched her from afar as she had timidly explored the border of the bulb zone. It had been haunting her dreams ever since the first time she noticed it, barely visible in the shadows of the mushroom forest. Every time she had returned to that area, the Reaper had watched from a distance. Did I say that watched her from afar? Had studied her? Let's do studied her from a distance. Not far away enough to ignore, but just far enough that after a few encounters she found its presence oddly comforting, a constant in an unfamiliar world. Her mind raced. Strange thoughts flitted through. Thoughts of connection and understanding that couldn't possibly relate to the beast that was staring into her soul. Finally it moved. It cocked its head to one side just far enough to trigger Mick's instincts to jerk the drive wheel to the left and jam it as far forward as it would go. She couldn't turn to look, to see if she was being followed, but she already knew that she wasn't. If it was hunting her, it wasn't for food. Not bad. Not bad. I feel like there are some sections that could use a little polishing, but I do feel like it's pretty consistent. I think this is probably long enough. I do wish I could squeeze a little more detail out of it. I'll take a look at it later. But yeah, I think that'll be it for today. 1,000 words in 4 hours? For me, that is not bad. Again, starting from scratch. That is not bad. And this is like second draft material, I would say. Not first draft, but second draft. Clap, clap. Oh, thank you, Funkun. I really appreciate it. But yeah, that's... so what I'll do is... I'm sure she'll be curious to see this. It's not done yet, so I don't want to send the final text, but I guess I'll update the Discord on the progress. But that's it for today. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming by. Just chatting. Turn off the desktop audio. On ending music. There we go. Okay. Well, that went better than I thought it would. I thought that having chat there might be so distracting I wouldn't be able to get anything done, but which was kind of true in the beginning. But it also like helped me get into more of a thinking, writing mode. And I was able to lock in enough here and there to kind of get some things done. And we have the first section done and have done a first pass of editing. So this section will be notably shorter because it's just sort of pondering the translator, the materials for the rocket, some thoughts about escaping, and then, you know, lead into sleep, cut to the next day. This is going to be the long one because it's going to be the whole conversation and everything. But it probably won't be much longer than this one, I don't think. So we might be able to finish this whole thing tomorrow. I will certainly try to do that. But, yeah, oh, also, turn on cat cam for a second. You may have noticed... Oh, is it? Sorry about that. you may have noticed that the well, my mic is a little quiet for some reason as well. Like, you just never know when things are going to be quiet or loud with fucking Windows, honestly. It didn't change my input settings, did it? No? Okay, weird. Thank you for letting me know, though. But let me turn on... Oh, this doesn't have it. Okay. But since no Duolingo practice today, but I got a couple of books in the mail for learning Dutch. So the 2000 most commonly used words in context. So this includes the word, the English equivalent, and then a sentence in Dutch and a sentence and the translation of that sentence into English. So I think it's going to be super useful. I might do a hand cam stream this week where I'm sort of just working through this book and writing in it, or like taking notes and trying to learn some Dutch. The other book is Short Stories for Beginners. So this is by the same company, and it's essentially just short stories entirely in Dutch, and it gives you all of the vocabulary for the story and like questions for the story afterwards. So it should be really useful in context. I think I do think Duolingo kind of sucks. And I'm probably not going to be streaming it anymore just because it's just rote memorization, and it's really frustrating to me to not be learning the actual conjugation rules or anything like that. So, you know, I'm going to essentially work on that, possibly on stream, because again, you know, I want to be able to do things on stream where I'm actually learning and working on skills other, you know, not just, no transition this time, whatever. Not just playing games all the time. So like it in combination with other things to help you stay consistent. Yeah, for sure. But I mean, if I'm dedicating stream time to working on the books, I think I'll probably be able to put a lot of time in. And I could label that just chatting and then spend the first like 30 minutes or so, 45 minutes, you know, working in the book. Do a hand cam stream for that. But that's it for today. Thank you so much, everyone who came by. If you're watching this later, Mick, thank you for the inspiration, and I hope you like it so far. Phone Kun, thank you so much for coming by, buddy. I am curious how that job's going, so I do want to check in with you about that, and you just, you know, stuff with your life. And yeah, I was like, so I'm not good at signing off. I'd take forever to sign off, so I'm just gonna sign off. Okay, bye. So what we're gonna do? We're gonna raid Faust here, aka Cinnamon Fox. She's a buddy from the Miksalsa Discord, and obviously she also streams as well. Lovely lady, so let's go pay her a visit. Okay, bye everybody, bye.